case you are only joining us for the first time. So if you would like to send in any questions or comments, you can do so by either commenting or chatting to us on the YouTube stream. It's even better if you can download the WildEarth app or head over to the WildEarth website and use the question box available. And then you can even hashtag WildEarth on Twitter if that's what you prefer. But we are currently looking at a waterhole in Namibia called Okokuyo. And it's just to the south of the big salt pan in Etosha. It's still part of Etosha National Park. And what's going to be quite interesting today is the weather is beautiful in Namibia. And once we go across to some of the other locations, it's very different. It's quite cold and miserable, but I'll get into that a bit later. This waterhole is very busy for early in the day. As you can see, lots of zebra, springbuck, and all sorts of other things coming through. But this is great. Busy, busy, busy. Zebra, though, I think have already been down here having a drink. They've formed a long line and are heading off in the opposite direction. Back to the tree line they go, where they'll feed for most of the day. And speaking of weather and sunshine in Namibia, let's go check how miserable it's going to be in the rest of the locations. As you can see, it's going to be very hot in Tembo Plains, which is in Zimbabwe, along the Zambezi River. But otherwise, other than Oldonyo and then here at Okokuyo, some sunshine, but also partly cloudy, and the rest of it, miserable. Rain, 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 but we can't complain. So, no, Impala also. That's cool. That's nice. Nice variety. I'm sure we'll expect some kudu to come on a little bit later. Maybe some elephants. I'm hoping for a breeding herd that will pop down to have a swim. And then my favorite little birds, well, they're not my absolute favorite, but it's a bird that I don't get to see very often anymore. Those little black things swimming around in the water. Those are little grebes. And I actually cannot believe that they're in this environment. So I'm just going to sit tight and see who will be joining us this morning. I see there are a couple of people starting to chat. Well, there we go. Catherine, you've said good morning to myself and my dog, Tucker, who's roaming around. You're very upset that he doesn't want to go play around in the rain. But I hope that you are also having a wonderful day too. Well, it's Monday, and we'll see how many of you are skipping work and have got the live at the Waterhole show on. Although it's something nice just to listen to in the background, right? Well, that's what I think anyways. So the reason why I was saying that I think it's unusual to see the little grebes in this area, and it's not quite the right habitat for them. I mean, yes, it's a body of water, right? And they spend a lot of time swimming around there. Hopefully, we can get a closer look and have a look at one of those grebes. But and they do spend a lot of time on the open water, but there's no vegetation at all around this waterhole, not even a little bit. I'm looking for floating vegetation, whether it's lilies or some kind of other aquatic, plant species, of course, maybe even some papyrus, or even just grass and vegetation on the edge, because these birds don't nest on the open water. They need floating vegetation. We are going to try and find them again, but there's so little. And where are they going to nest? Are they going to have to fly somewhere else? Not that I've ever seen a floating nest before. I just keep repeating myself, but I'd like to see one day. But for them to be here every single day, there must be plenty of food for them to feast on. There's normally two of them, a pair, swimming about. And it's actually quite amazing. I can see there's one little black grebe. Well, there's two of them. But maybe we can have a look at the one on the just off to the center, but sort of to the right. It's just dived down underwater now. That will eat anything, any kind of frogs. Although this water is a little bit on the brackish side, so I'm not certain that we'll see many. Maybe we'll see some frogs. Well, I suppose we could absolutely. Any little crustaceans that might be living here, insects, pretty much anything except vegetation. And there are the kudu that are now making their way down. A couple of oryx in the background too. Some lovely young kudu bulls. Look at that, a springbuck could basically fit in between the legs and under the belly of a kudu. There we go, Catherine. You say that you are multitasking. You are working and also watching. And thank you so much for all the questions and the comments. Oh, look, there's an Egyptian goose in between the kudu and the springbuck. No, it looks like an Egyptian goose from here. Popping its head down into the water. Also, just like the grebes, looking for something to eat. And actually, when there's a high population of Egyptian geese around, quite often don't see the grebes, but I think this waterhole is large enough to sustain a fair amount of bird life. You see, you can hear a lot of the crows. We, of course, see blacksmith lapwings. But I wonder what summer will bring and what other birds will frequent this area. There's a young kudu too, but we'll get back to them. Oh my goodness, there's a heron. There's a black-headed heron. I know that probably sounds ridiculous. It's just on the other end to the left of that springbuck. But the reason why I say that is because I don't have a heron on my list, and the black-headed herons don't always hunt around water like the grey herons, which we typically see. Their habitats are normally slightly different, where I've predominantly seen black-headed herons out in open grasslands, seen them catching so many snakes and rodents too. But of course, they're highly adaptable. And if there's not a lot of vegetation around, which there most certainly isn't, around Okukuyo Waterhole, it's going to have to adapt and go back to its roots like the other herons and do more fishing. I think this is possibly where we're going to get most of the action today, is around Okukuyo. So we'll keep an eye out on it. It's also just really interesting how the springboks seem to spend most of their time around the waterhole, whereas everything else just pops in and out. Obviously, the elephants we know like to spend a bit of time down here. And the gemsbok just lingering in the distance, thinking about if they're going to pop in or not.
I don't want to eat them anymore now when I see them. I like them. I can't eat them anymore. They are so sweet.
They are all sweet. All the animals are sweet. Yeah. They just have to become vegetarian. Even cows and chickens are all sweet.
Oh,
Okie dokie, let's head back to South Africa and check out Madikwe, which is in the northern parts of the country. Here we are. We are now at Jamala, one of the other cameras in Madikwe, and just the zebra around for now. We'll keep an eye out. I'm looking. I'd like to see some warthogs wallowing in the mud today, and much clearer further north in the country rather than the sort of northeastern sections of Limpopo. And just before we started, it was actually quite cloudy, but the blue sky is sort of poking through. It doesn't look like there's too much wind today, just a little bit, but that'll help keep the clouds moving on. See, whereas we barely have any wind, which means that the weather's kind of just going to sit. But not threatening rain clouds just yet. I think there was some rain forecasted for a little bit later today. Perfect timing. There come the elephants. They're making their way down, marching straight towards the water. Let's see if they're going to part the zebra. Oh, the zebra already picking up the pace and moving on. Good job. I'd do that too. Oh, it's quite a big herd of elephants. Look at that. It just looks like there's just an entire line of them. Oh, there we go. It looks like there's a bit of a break. And that cow on the left not really tolerating the zebra, making more space for the elephants to come through. I mean, there's just so much water here. It's really unnecessary to behave like that. But anyways, a good way to take out your frustrations for the day. Okie dokie. We're just going to quickly sort out some little gremlins. Let's quickly go back over to Okokuyo while we get everything sorted. And the springbuck are still streaming in. They're an amazing animal. Well, this whole family of animals is so interesting. I wish we got to see them more in the areas that I work. But of course, yesterday we were discussing how they're not able to because of the heartwater and ticks, and they prefer these arid environments. They're so suited to it. But they are restricted to most of southern Africa. And then as soon as you start to move further north and into East Africa, you start to find Thompson's gazelle and Grant's gazelle, which also look quite similar to springbuck. Not the same, of course. And Thompson's gazelle actually even smaller than the springbuck, and then the Grant's is larger. The Jonathans, you've just said you've just found the channel. Awesome. Welcome. It's great to have you on board, and thank you for sending through this comment. And if you've got any questions that you'd like to ask about the wildlife or basically anything that goes on in nature, I'd absolutely love to have a chat with you. So keep on using the platform that you're using at the moment.
That's true. Ja, genau. Aber hier waren die anderen, die großen Tiere abends, ne? Ja. All the animals come in the evening to this place here, elephant.
Yes, elephants on the track.
Yeah.
The elephants we saw right there, the family, the mothers with the babies, they see here by 1 o'clock.
Cool. So then elephants, they eat this thing, what is
Well, springbuck are quite well adapted, as they can eat a variety of different things, and they'll typically change their diet depending on what season it is. And for any other antelope gazelle species that have got a mixed, or well, what we call mixed feeders, um, for the most part during the dry seasons, and again, just depending on which biome you are in, they'll start to feed on sort of shrubs or little herbaceous plant species, whatever, or leaves from the trees, whatever is really available, even fruit. However, in the summer months, when there is a lot of rain, then they will start feasting on the lovely lush grass. But we will be able to spend and chat a lot about the springbok for the rest of the morning, really. Let's go back to Jamala and see if the elephants are still down having a drink. And there they are. They've chased everyone away. There's not another animal in sight. Although there are a couple of zebra just walking behind them. I'm sure they'll wait their turn before they come down to have a drink. No splashing of mud just yet. It's a little bit on the cooler side than what it has been over the last few days in Madikwe. I think the hottest location was Tembo Plains. Was it Tembo Plains or was it maybe Tembe? Tembe, I forgot. It was like 39 degrees Celsius, which is exceptional. Oh, it was the one in Tembo Plains. 39 degrees Celsius, and the humidity will be unbearable. Although at this time of the year, Madikwe too, with it being so close to literally a stone throw away from the boundary of Botswana, that whole area gets exceptionally warm with a high humidity too. Very similar conditions in Zimbabwe and also in this area. Actually, Zimbabwe is also not very far away from where Madikwe is located. It's just Madikwe is a little bit further west from the border of Zimbabwe. Oh no. Sorry, everybody. You might just have to bear with us with the picture breakup every now and then and the screen freezing. We will try and get onto it as soon as possible. The tech geniuses are actually working on it currently. Pat, I can also watch elephants all day. Let's maybe see if we can get a closer look at the elephants that are around the water pipe. So this is a pumped pan for those of you that have just started watching today. It seems like we've got a couple of new viewers, which is exciting. So I might dive into some information that the regulars have probably heard before. But we got to get the new viewers hooked, of course. So the elephants are going to continue to just drink and drink all day long. And as the day progresses, we should start to see more herds coming through. And this particular game reserve is highly populated with elephants. So there's no shortage. You'll be able to continue to keep kind of watching them. There we go. Now we can see some of the younger elephants. So, of course, on these cameras, we do have limitations. As you can see, kind of like which directions we can go and how far we can zoom in, but this is now a lovely view. So like I said, this is a pump pan, and elephants prefer to drink nice, clean, fresh water. So that's what they're doing. They're gathered right at the end there, hoping to siphon as much of that clean borehole water that's being pumped there. So this is not going to be municipal water, in case you're worried.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. Wild Earth. It's in your nature.
So we should be seeing some young springbuck being born soon. Well, I'm hoping. Normally it happens in October and November. But with climate change and springbuck being able to, well, it's not like they can control and keep their, their youngsters from being born. And there's a sort of an old wives' tale where they used to say that a lot of the antelope species will retain their youngsters to wait for the rainy season, but this is not true. But again, because of the dryness, depending on what kind of happens when the rutting season starts, that's then going to determine. So if it's very, very dry through or a shorter rainy season or a slightly longer rainy season, then that rut might start later, which is of course then going to affect when the young are born. But it'll be great. I cannot tell you how excited I am to see more migratory birds and young lambs and fawns. Wally, thank you so much. You said a great game for the Springboks last night. If you are rugby fans, they in fact won. It was a really tight game against France. I actually didn't watch it, but I did quickly catch some highlights this morning, and it looked fantastic. It's too late for me to watch at 9 o'clock. And the night before, I'd actually watched a little bit of rugby, and now I'm too exhausted. Although I'm not the biggest rugby fan, but it was. It looked like one of the greatest games that everyone that has ever been played. But South Africa, the rugby team is exceptional, and they've been fantastic. I'm not sure what their ranking is in the world, but yeah, I'm sure it's up in the top 5. And that's, for those of you that don't know this, South Africa's national animal is in fact a springbuck. So naturally, a lot of our sports teams will be named after it. Rugby, of course, stealing that. So because there's a lot of water around here at the moment, these springbuck don't really have to, gosh, I suppose, feed at very specific times of the day, because quite often when there isn't a lot of water availability, not that I'm saying that there is a lot of water availability here, but there's quite a few water holes in Etosha. But what we'd normally see is springbuck feeding at night, early in the evenings, and then of course early in the mornings when dew will settle on the plants, and then they're able to extract a lot more moisture. But that will not be necessary here. But I'm sure they're still feeding at night. We just see so many springbucks surrounding this particular waterhole. It's just they're always here. Whereas the zebra, the kudu, the gemsbok, they come on in and then kind of off they go again. Oh, there's a springbuck very deep in the water there. I was just having a quick look on the YouTube stream and I see Justin Wright. You've actually asked an interesting question. So let's go through it. You've said, would I be able to give an example of what a typical work year looks like for a field guide? Okay, this is a good conversation to have. So for those of you that are maybe watching abroad and you're uncertain what a field guide, or some South Africans might still call us, game rangers, that was an old term that was used, but it's not really used anymore. As a game ranger is somebody that typically deals behind the scenes with sort of more field work. So whether it be fixing fence lines or managing wildlife, but they're not necessarily the individuals that are dealing with guests. We are called field guides, safari guides. That's typically the term that is now used. So, and Justin, it really just depends on what lodge you're based at, because there's no set protocol uh, for every single lodge. But the things that are the same is the fact that you will do 2 game drives every single day. So you do an early morning safaris and a late afternoon safari too. Well, that's what's quite typical in South Africa, right? Because the reserves are not as big, and then of course you're able to kind of go out when the best possible times are to view wildlife. So you could come back to the lodge and have a bit of a break, swim in the pool, go to the spa, go for maybe a bushwalk, something along those lines. So that's the normal routine. However, and then guides will get there much earlier than the guests. Sometimes they have to set up tea and coffee, or there might be other staff that take on those responsibilities. because it's a long day for guides. Guides, again, depending on the lodge and your responsibilities, but you can easily work from 12 to 18 hours a day, and a lot of those hours tend to kick in when you're hosting dinner with your guests, with your clients. And of course everybody gets on differently with people. So if you really have a close bond with your guests, which quite often happens, you'll find that you end up sitting at the dinner table for much longer, right? You're not quite dining and dashing. A few bottles of wine might be enjoyed, or if you're not a big drinker, then the conversation is just normally good, filled with tales of African stories, which people love to hear. It might even move around to the fire, which of course is such a lovely thing to do. So it's a little bit different, but I do find that when you head out up into like East Africa, for an example, you tend to stay out the whole day because the national parks are enormous, and in order to get to different parts of these national parks or reserves, whatever they're called, it takes an exceptional amount of time. So coming back in the afternoon is kind of a bit of a waste. So then you could quite easily be out on safari for 12 hours every single day. But it's worth it. It's totally worth it. So that's kind of a rough idea of what a day in a guide's life is basically about. So I hope that answers your question. Right. I think everybody wants to sit and watch the elephants, because why not? It seems as though we've got Jamala back, so let's head over to that area. And there we are, elephants just moving along. Leopard lover, you said that the lodge that you went to was really fancy and expensive, but your guide didn't host you for breakfast or dinner at all, and they didn't share any stories. No, I'm so sorry. Ha. So this is my personal opinion, and I think I've spoken about it once or twice before. I think that safari guides, which used to be a career that was kind of deemed, you were quite a useless individual, or maybe you weren't intelligent enough to go to university. Not that that's actually wrong. Please delete useless individual. I don't know why I said that. Goodness, no filter. But maybe you're not suited to being a lawyer or a doctor. Oh, I'm sorry if I didn't offend if I offended anybody. And this is kind of what the career was, is that, you couldn't get into university, you weren't quite academic at school, so off you go to the bush to become a safari guide. It has changed. It is now a professional career, and one of the most sought after careers, not just for South Africans, but a lot of internationals, because why wouldn't you want to work and surround yourself with wildlife? But in fact, the job is all about managing guests' expectations. So it's all about people management. I think a lot of people don't understand that. So if you're not a people's person, you are going to struggle in the industry. So yeah, that makes me quite sad that, right, and then they're not going to enjoy them. So come on safari for the first time, they go, that was the best holiday I've ever been on, and I'm never going to the coast ever again. We're just doing safaris for the rest of our lives. It's that wonderful of an experience. It can really take your breath away. So I think we as guides need to be quite careful. And also, if you're working at the really high-end lodges where exclusivity is, one of the priorities, so you might get celebrities, politicians, owners of or CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, like you name it, and to be interacting with individuals at that level, you can change their mindset, about conservation, about protecting their own fauna and flora. So yeah, I think that's something important. Look at the little elephants on the right, rolling in the sand. Yvette, you're wondering what someone should study in high school to become a guide. So there's nothing, like there's no set requirements or anything at school. However, I Oh, I did physics and chemistry, and I honestly wish I didn't take those subjects just because I had to concentrate. And my life was sport in school. So it was difficult, I found, to manage the two. I thoroughly enjoyed biology or life sciences. I forget what it's called these days. And then geography actually also helped quite a bit. So they're not necessarily the best subjects, but if you have got a biology background, I think that's one of the most important. And then understanding, how soil profiles work, and how that it can affect the environment, will then in turn tell you what type of plants would occur, and then what animals you might find. So I found that particularly helpful. Of course, physics and chemistry are helpful too, especially when you start going into the chemical compounds, right, of plants, or any toxins that animals might have, like frogs or insects. So that can be quite helpful just to understand that. So yeah, so there's no set in stone subjects. When you do study to become a guide, there are. I'm actually just looking at one of my books now, a great book called Pathfinder. I absolutely love it, and it's a must-have for all safari guides. So we go through a lot of different modules, and it's kind of at a high school level, maybe a little bit more advanced than that, but not too much more. So, we talk about weather and climate. We go into astronomy, taxonomy, ecology, geology, biomes. Um, and then we go into botany too, plants of various kinds, and grasses is quite a big topic too, and animal behavior, so ethology. That's probably everyone's favorite module, because animal behavior is great. And then you break it down. So within you go through the different you go through the different types of kingdoms that you get, and then obviously for the kingdom Animalia, you break it down. You do arthropods, reptiles, birds, mammals, you name it. And of course, track and sign of creatures is super important too. So if you didn't do biology or geography, it's not a train smash, because you kind of learn a little bit about it, but it's very specific to the guiding industry. It's limiting, but that requires you to go off and do a lot more research, and that's very important to do as a safari guide.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
I see Ranger Tracy, you've just commented and you've said, I love hosting my guests. Well, that's really wonderful to hear. I'm glad that you do. It's part of a guide's responsibility. We have to love hosting people and telling big stories. Sometimes though, at some lodges, the responsibility of hosting has been sort of taken away, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's super important. It's difficult for honestly for guides to host dinners all the time because then you end up sitting up so late. And in summer, you're up at 4 o'clock in the morning every single day and you're working a 6 week cycle. You don't really get a break always in between those 6 weeks. So I think it's really nice for guides to join breakfast personally, because you come back from game drive, you kind of go sit down, recap on how much fun you had in the morning. Are you going to do a bushwalk, that kind of thing. Whereas dinners can sometimes be a little bit more intimate. I did when I wasn't sitting dinner, I would still go and accompany my guests at the bar or around the fire, and then just before they went off to dinner. And then if they wanted me to join, of course they would ask, "Can you join us?" And I'd say, "Absolutely." There was not a time that I ever said no. So that's really great to hear. So maybe leopard lover, perhaps that was the case. I don't know if those responsibilities have just been taken away from them. And some lodges, also very few though, don't want people or guides to host their guests at night. Theo, sorry, I'm just trying to see if I get your comment right. You said, as a guide, some areas are better to patrol than others. Absolutely. So it really just depends what you're looking for. I mean, I think everybody on safari, they want to see elephants like we're looking at here at Jamala. They absolutely want to spend time with them. And then, of course, the big five is pretty much the main marketing that goes on. There's obviously a lot of other things to see, not just the big five, but that includes leopard, lion, buffalo, rhino, and then the elephants that we're looking at. Sadly, warthog didn't make it into the big five. So yeah, so you want to go to those areas where you have a good chance of seeing them. Nothing is guaranteed. Please remember that. Even if you were to go to a zoo, there's no guarantee that you're going to see the animal because they might go into the enclosures. So it's even more so when you go on safari. And again, the more exclusive areas where you've got a better chance of seeing wildlife, I think the Sabi Sand Game Reserve is a perfect example of that. The lodges tend to be a little bit more expensive, but you're paying for the great game viewing. These elephants are at least spending a bit more time here. It's funny how a lot of the elephants are just drinking on the right-hand side. It might be a little bit deeper there, and it looks like a great place to cover yourself in mud. Safari Barbie, you've asked, what is the hardest thing to learn while becoming a guide? Also, I just want to quickly jump in here and say thank you so much for these questions. It's really nice to talk about guiding, and hopefully some of you that are watching, I mean, you could have a big career change because that happens quite often. So yeah, hopefully this encourages more people to become guides. Or I don't know, you know, it just takes a bit of time. I think guides put a lot of pressure on themselves to know everything in a short space of time, and this is what happens with the training that goes on. For example, in South Africa, it's normally short courses, and there's so much that you have to learn. And then people tend to not succeed on the knowledge side, but I really like to focus more on the guiding techniques and the soft skills. So, like, for example, how to conduct a safari experience, a game drive, how to drive the vehicle safely, how to position the cars, how do you get your guests involved in the experience, and yeah, just building up the story, the narrative, rather than just driving around and literally being a driver and showing your guests wildlife. So that takes a bit of time and a lot of practice. And then, of course, the knowledge will come naturally, but it's your responsibility as a guide to keep learning new things. You'll never stop learning. Every single day I learn something new. And if you get to the point in your career where you think you know everything, well, you probably don't. Maybe need to check your ego a little bit, because there'll always be someone out there that could easily humble you. And that's it. It's not just about big animals, like I was saying. I mean, we obviously love the elephants. There's a warthog walking around as having a scratch on a log, but they're just as important to the ecosystem as the elephants are. They all have their roles and responsibilities, which is fascinating to learn about. So I don't know what I would say is the most difficult thing. If we're just talking about the South African guiding exam, where I've seen, because I also used to work for Eco Training, which is like Africa's largest guide training provider. And I was one of their instructors, one of the facilitators. So I used to mark a lot of the Field Guides Association of Southern Africa. We call it FAGASA, those exams. And people tend to slip up on weather and climate, geology, and taxonomy were kind of the three modules that that people struggle with, and I don't blame them. It's not necessarily per se the most interesting topics, right? I mean, the longer you start guiding, or if you have a natural interest in those subjects, then it's perfect, but it can be quite intimidating to learn that. But cue cards work, or sorry, flashcards work really well. You just kind of have to learn it, unfortunately. And then animal behavior, you can read and read and read about it, but you need to sit and watch wildlife. There we go. So Gwen, who's directing the show today, she's in Johannesburg, and she just mentioned to me now that she's just finished one of the online courses. So you can, if you're a nature enthusiast, you can actually head over to Eco Training's website and you can have a look. They offer a bunch of courses, of course, which there's a lot of practical field experience, but then of course, if you don't have the luxury of spending weeks in the bush, you can do some of the online courses, which are great. There's a nature enthusiast course, and then there's a online field guide course. You can do birding, you can do track and sign, and it's quite a lot of fun if you just want to spruce up your knowledge. Something great to do in your spare time. And she was just saying now that those three modules that I mentioned can be quite intimidating, and are difficult to learn. But perhaps if you've done the FAGASA Apprentice Field Guide, or even maybe the Field Guide course, which is the level just up from that, let me know what you thought were the hardest sections. Then when you start heading into the Trails Guide, so to be able to become a walking guide, that was probably my favorite workbook. Sort of the ballistics side of it, because we have to you learn how to use a rifle. It's required to walk with a rifle, and yeah, the ballistic side of it can be a bit on the tricky side. But again, it's just something you have to learn, especially the laws. No elephants, come back. We won't finish watching you yet. They're heading straight for that big tree.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Oh, look, a baboon. Let's have a closer look of that baboon. Hopefully the rest of the troop will also come down to have a drink. Not one of the animals we get to see all the time. No, come back here. Don't walk away. But I do understand why a lot of the primate species don't want to spend too much time at the water. It looked like the rest of the troop was just off to the left. So I think just even further past the zebra, because I can see a couple sitting in the shade. Let's maybe just pan a little bit to the left. Isn't it funny how they're all sitting under that one little bit of shade? Looks like there's a big male and a couple of other members. And of course, the zebra is stealing the show, but we'll keep chatting about the baboons for now. There's 2 females and some youngsters. And the big male baboon has got a female just sitting next to him. And just like any animal that lives in a social group, which baboons do, they all have their favorites. And you can see how she's actually just pecking away and moving through the chest, the hair on the chest of this baboon, or the fur, and looking for any parasites. And that's just one of the ways that they'll strengthen bonds. I mean, you can imagine if somebody gave you back tickles, right, all the time, or reached a scratch where you couldn't get it. you'd definitely be more fond of those people. So allo grooming is super important. Not all animals allo groom. Zebras do. Stallions have their favorite mares, so I'm sure the baboons, the males that are pretty much in charge of looking after the troop, they too will have their favorite females. But you can see there's plenty of them. Oh, there's a tiny baby. Did you see that? The baboon that's just come down for a drink on the left. It looked like she was hobbling along, but I think she's holding onto a young infant. A lot of allo grooming going on here. I think she might be making sure that the little baby doesn't dip its head in the water. That would be unfortunate. Unplanned baptism. Imagine just accidentally being dunked. And if you're so tiny that you know you haven't quite got the strength. Oh, yes, that's exactly what that female was doing. If you haven't quite got uh, the strength or experience, you might end up losing your baby in the water. A shame this baboon on the left has got an injury. See how it's hobbling along? Okay, it's just gone behind the logs, but we'll keep an eye out for it. Baboons, it's not uncommon to see baboons with wounds or walking with a slight limp. Even though they are social, there's a lot of family feuds. So it could have quite easily just been in a bit of a battle with one of the individuals and got hurt in the process. Or blacksmith lapwing also making an appearance. Run, little one! This is lovely. Making a run for it back to all the other baboons in the shade. I'd probably be one of the baboons in the sun. I also like to sit out in the sun with plenty of sunscreen on. Not that the baboons need it. They've got the fur to provide protection for that. Oh, and then I see Ranger Tracy, you said that you're saying thank you to me for encouraging you to 2 years ago to follow your dream and become a guide. That's awesome. I love hearing that. That's amazing. So thank you so much for saying that. I obviously always hope to inspire people to become guides or to work in the conservation realm, even if it's not in South Africa or just in Africa, but at home. We must not forget about, I should say, no one should forget about their own environment. We need more people, of course, to help new, fresh mindsets on how to save what we have. Stacey, you said you finally able to join a live at the Waterhole show, which is awesome. Your car is in the garage all day. Oh no, what a pity about that. Well, we're happy to have you on board. It's actually quite a few of you watching today for a Monday. Oh, there comes the female with the young infant again. Still thirsty. I think it's the same one. I mean, there's obviously lots of youngsters within this troop. And baboons and vervet monkeys, just because we see them more frequently, well, in South Africa at least, they love water. They're not afraid of water at all. I see them swimming. I've seen baboons launching themselves off of trees and into the Sabi River when I was guiding at Sabi, which is hysterical, although dangerous to do because definitely crocodiles there. And then there's some really funny videos throughout South Africa of baboons and vervet monkeys diving into swimming pools and going right under the water, almost like doing breaststroke, I suppose, or a doggy paddle, that kind of motion, which is amazing. And it's not like something that you think they would do, but it must be so refreshing. And I'm sure it's just a lot of fun, but very capable at swimming. I like the baboon on the left. Look how it's got its legs stretched out, while the other individual uses its teeth to try and pull out maybe ticks, even some mites. They'll also pull off scabs because why not? And there we go, having a sit on a log. One of the big males. So I haven't, oh man, I can't say that I've seen any really large individuals. It just in terms of the males, like, these boys look big, but they don't look like the biggest. But within a troop, there will be younger males too, and they are the problem causers because they're constantly battling and trying to get into the oligarchy, the sort of the biggest and the strongest males, but then they've got to push somebody else out to gain a spot. Look at that. Look how stretched out that hand is. Getting underneath in the armpit, basically. And that's, of course, where lots of ticks would be gathering, and it's quite difficult to pull them out yourself. It's lovely and peaceful because it's normally a lot of chaos when there are baboons around, just within. So the baboons are still sticking around. Oh, it looks like is there a white-necked raven? No, maybe it's a pied crow. You can just see it on the right-hand side, also drinking water. No, it's a crow. It's a pied crow. You can see all the white on its breast. Off it goes, not sticking around for too long. Oh, baboon on the left having a good old scratch. I'd be so itchy. Can you only imagine how many parasites baboons must have? Especially this, like, fleas and the mites that are difficult to get rid of. We don't have many primate species in South Africa. The baboons, the chukma baboons, are one of 5. So we also have the vervet monkeys, the samangos, and then the 2 bush baby species, the lesser and greater, or the lesser thick-tailed and the greater thick-tailed bush babies, or galagos, as they're also known. Oh, more baboons coming in. It would be so amazing if we can get a view of one of these tiny infants, because they're still completely black in color. But it takes them a couple of weeks before they're ready to leave mom's chest, and then they'll just kind of sit close to their mothers and start playing around and developing the muscles. Diane from the UK, you've just mentioned that baboon babies are actually your favorite. Oh, wonderful. That's really nice. I don't think many people would say that baboons are their favorite. I think if you speak to most South Africans, they'll roll their eyes at you if you say that, because they can be troublemakers. I mean, they're not really troublemakers, they're just too intelligent for their own good. And if you feed animals, they become a problem, regardless of where you are in the world. So that's one of the main causes. And once you start feeding them, then they start getting into your house. Good luck if you've left a window ajar. They'll find their way in. And there's obviously places in the Western Cape, in Cape Town, where the baboons are actually causing huge problems, and people are now employed to chase them away. Especially around Cape Point. They'll try to open your car. They'll steal your handbag from you. So, you've got to be quite cautious about that. And then in the Kruger National Park, around all the rest camps, which is depending on the type of accommodation, but a lot of them are these little thatched rondavels. And quite often the fridge is located outside. And I feel like there's no way of protecting those fridges. People turn them around and have the doors facing the wall, and baboons are unbelievably strong. We underestimate their strength, and they'll pull them away and then get through them. Sometimes people will put chains on those fridges, but they're just masterminds. They have highly developed brains, and problem solving is not an issue for the baboon. See, look at on the right now. That's an impressive male. So that's one of the bigger individuals. You can just see his muscle mass is far superior. than some of the others that we've been seeing. So he'll most likely be one of the top individuals, but also not. He could have also been pushed out and had his ranking, taken away from him. Just digging through some elephant dung, looking for seeds, maybe some insects. That can't be very appetizing. Catherine, you've asked if baboons know how to swim or do they have to learn how to swim? I think it would be difficult for them when they're younger to be able to swim. Again, just because they are not as coordinated as slightly older individuals. So I'm talking about like baboons with the youngsters when they're still black in coloration. So I think a lot of it is natural instinct, but just like with humans and with other animals, you'll have some baboons that just take to water better than others and might be more competent at swimming. And maybe you do get a baboon that can't swim. I don't know if we'd ever find that out, because perhaps they just keep away from the water. But that's an interesting question. I mean, I've seen all sorts of creatures swimming that I never thought would swim. I mean, we know a lot of antelope and gazelle, they're all able to swim, but watching the springbuck at Okokuyo, completely submerge themselves. It's bizarre. I've never seen that in my entire life. Let's have a look a little bit to the left. I'd like to see what this big male baboon gets up to. Oh, there's a bit of a squabble. See, that's a young male baboon that even just with the way that he was walking down, you can see he's looking for trouble. I don't know if that's a female that he grabbed or a younger male. They're just troublemakers at this age. It's very unlikely to see the more mature males causing any unnecessary trouble. But it's like, I suppose we can take it back to watching elephants, right? We see the younger bulls coming in, they chase all the other animals around and they disturb the breeding herds. So that's normal. But if it does cause too much trouble, that's when the big males will get involved and sort it out, and that's quite something. Lots of vocalizations, and they don't give up either. It's not like they give chase and then stop. They'll chase them up trees until they've given them pretty much a hiding. Oh, the journey. Sorry, I just see you've commented on the YouTube stream. You said, where do we ask questions to have them read on the live feed? Well, you can just keep asking me questions on the YouTube chat as well. So the directors will be checking the different platforms to hopefully find some questions. So I'm hoping that my next question is going to be from you. So send one in. Also, I'm very sorry, but you can probably hear the rain. It has just started up, and they are big raindrops. And because of the outside roofs, unfortunately, I'm not going to avoid this sound. So please excuse me. I'm hoping that we'll be able to look at some of the other locations in the next, maybe just after 12, and we can just check out the rain and kind of what's happening. Apparently, you can't actually hear the rain. It's so loud. It's so loud that I cannot actually hear. If there was a bird chirping on the live Waterhole camera, I wouldn't hear it. If somebody screamed into the camera microphone, completely deaf.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
More zebra having a drink and a blacksmith lapwing. That bird just on the left in the foreground of the zebras, keeping a watchful eye out. I've only been seeing one individual around the waterhole, but it is nesting time for a lot of the ground-dwelling birds, and specifically the blacksmith lapwings. So I wonder if they have a nest. Although I was talking about this yesterday, I really don't think the success rate of raising a chick at this waterhole would be very high. There's just too much traffic. There's not enough vegetation or logs or anything like that to really protect it. So those nests would be trampled on by elephants, and then the chicks will just, unfortunately, most likely receive the same thing. Oh, blacksmith lapwing was enjoying a bath, and then it gave the zebras a fright when it flew off. Oh, there we go. The journey. I'm excited. I'm glad that you've sent in a question. You've asked if I were going to choose anywhere as a region of Kruger National Park for a day, where would it be? So I love the central and northern sections of Kruger, and specifically the northern sections of Kruger, for a couple of different reasons. So let me get straight into them. I think the scenery is unbelievable. You've got the fever tree forest right up in Pafuri. It's quite arid. There's a lot of mapani before you kind of get to the fever tree forest, but the big river systems. So those are probably some of my favorite areas. You don't see a lot of predators all the time, but the birding is exceptional. And yeah, just spending a lot of time along the Lavuvu River and looking out onto the Limpopo. You get to Crook's Corner, which is great, which is where 3 countries converge. And so that's Botswana, Zimbabwe. No, it's not. It's Zimbabwe and Mozambique. I don't know why I said that. Sorry. And South Africa. And it's just absolutely stunning. But the main reason the journey is because there's no people. I am a selfish safari goer. I have been so fortunate to travel to some of the most amazing wilderness areas and also not seen anyone. And that's my favorite. I don't like to sit in a sighting when there's 50 cars. It drives me absolutely insane. I don't think it's particularly pleasurable for the animals. I mean, I know that they get habituated to it, but yeah, it's not for me. So, Satara, Shingwedzi is kind of as far south as I will go. I don't spend any time around Crocodile Bridge, Kukuza. And even though that's the better area for game viewing, it's just really busy. So I think if you want to go down south, avoid weekends, public holidays, and school holidays. You just have to figure out when they are. I have no idea because I don't have children and I was in school 11. When did I finish? Yeah. No, I lie. How is it 14 years ago? That's crazy. I'm getting old. And so, and then go on like a Monday and go early in the morning. So I think that would be better. But there are a lot of people that head around that area. But there's great lion sightings, phenomenal leopards. Although around Shingwedzi as well, lion and leopard sightings are wonderful. So around Red Rocks area, around the Mpongolo Loop is also one of my favorites. So that's kind of where I would go. But each to their own. If you're okay with the big crowds of people, then by all means. I'm just spoiled, and I spend so much time out in the most unbelievable wilderness areas that I can be picky. Right, but it's quite exciting is that we've got the Africam cameras joining now. We're going to be able to view a couple of them. So the change up in scenery will begin soon. Well, here we are with one of the Africam locations. We are in Kenya at Oldonyo Lodge. Okay, we're going to head over to... Okay, we're going to see. It seems as though there's a little bit of a glitch. But that's okay. If it is a bit sticky, we're going to head over to one of the other cameras. Sorry, everybody, but now we're back in Madikwe. So we're at Jamala, where we're watching the baboons, elephants, and the zebra all coming down to drink. Now we're just further north from where Jamala is located at Tau. And this is one of my favorite cameras. Aldonio is my absolute best, but I really enjoy this area. And yesterday we had an amazing sighting of a black crown night heron, which I hadn't seen for ages, and unusual to see it out sitting the day. So we'll have a look, and at some point, because there's plenty of things to see, and maybe we'll find it. But here is an elephant bull enjoying himself, covering himself in mud and splashing water, which is so important to keep them cool. Wait, that was a good throw. I don't know why elephants don't spend more time spraying other animals with muddy water. It would be a great game. I wonder how a crocodile would feel if an elephant did that to it. But these are the questions that I ask myself all the time. The journey, I see that you actually made a quick comment about that you went and spent some time in the central areas of the Kruger National Park, and you said you're still convinced that any leopard sightings and that they're basically folklore. I promise you they're not. They are there. They're just really difficult to spot. The Donovans, you're wondering if there would be any bigger animals that are a threat at the waterholes. Yes, absolutely. So, like I was saying, the elephants could actually be a threat to the blacksmith lapwings, their eggs and their chicks, and maybe even the three-banded plovers, just because they stomp around. They don't intentionally go out and harm them, but they're large. So there's crocodiles here. We'll try and find one for you shortly. There's a couple of them. So they're going to be a threat to any of the fish species that live in the water, as well as any mammals that come down to have a drink. Occasionally they'll launch up at the crocodiles, but that doesn't happen too often. Predators, of course, can come down to the water's edge. I've yet to see any lions at this particular waterhole, or leopards. Leopards are quite tricky to see in Madikwe, though, but the lion population is pretty good. So we don't see too many of the predators that I suppose would pose more of a threat to wildlife. Birds of prey, they could come in and swoop down and catch some of the smaller birds, and even the mammals. What birds are down there? I'm just having a look. We've got a blacksmith lapwing. There's a three-banded plover by the looks of it, and then what's that black thing moving around? I don't know what it was. Maybe it's it's just stood up now. I'm just wondering, is it a bird or is it something blowing about? No, it has to be a bird. No, it's not. I think it's a lily leaf. That had me fixated for a little while. There's also some waterbuck and wildebeest behind the elephant. Oh, well, that's interesting information. Apparently there were some lions lying about in the tree line. I'm not exactly sure where. A little bit earlier today. My goodness, wouldn't that be great if they came out? That's a very clever technique or hunting strategy for lions to lie up in vegetation close by to the water's edge. Because when animals come down to have a drink, they're quite vulnerable. Of course, if animals need to get away, they're going to run through the water, no problem at all. They won't even second guess it. But clever. We typically see that in dry season when there's not much water around and animals consistently come to the same place. So, I mean, I think all of us that are hosting the Waterhole shows have been talking about that and hoping that we'll be the ones watching and narrating to catch that special moment. So we will just check. Perhaps somebody knows exactly where it was and we can follow up on it. And as we kind of just scan around, I'm also looking out for any interesting birds, usual Egyptian geese, the grey heron. There's some, looks like coots, white-faced ducks are back. And I'm also just looking in the long grass for that black-crowned night heron. I'll be so surprised if that heron is still here. I doubt it. And then a spur-winged goose. Those are the regulars. Another elephant bull slowly approaching the water. Can you go and investigate around the tree line, please, and chase the lions and chase them in this direction? The journey, I'm really enjoying your comments. It's very funny. I think we're on the same wavelength of the sense of humor. You said that you joked that all leopard sightings were AI generated. That's hysterical. So there are some amazing areas to see leopards. To be honest, I've had quite a few leopard sightings in the Kruger National Park in different areas, but the best one I've ever had, and my parents introduced me to the Kruger National Park when I was just a toddler. So, not that I remember much from those days, but I've consistently gone. I don't spend that much time in the Kruger, but along the Mpongolo Loop, and yesterday I was discussing it actually, this big male leopard that went catfishing in one of the drying up pools, and that was phenomenal. And that's the best sighting that I've ever had. And I don't know if I'll have a better one than that. I mean, even in the Sabi Sand, if I compare the two, that was one of my favorite sightings of all time. And the Sabi Sand has got the highest density of leopards in South Africa, so it's the best place to head to. But again, unfortunately, it's quite costly to stay at the lodges, so most people have to do some saving up. But the journey, I'm not sure where you are from, but if you are South African, quite often a lot of the lodges, especially up in the northern Sabi Sand, there's more affordable camps than down south. And the west is also quite affordable, but the north being the better place. Uh, they'll have like last minute specials, and then you can jump on board, and then the rate can potentially be reduced.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Mr. H, thank you for sending through some information about the lion pride that we've been talking about that's lurking in the tree line or under the trees. You've said that the pride of lions is named Chaba. So that's cool. Okay, I don't know if you have any more information, like how many individuals are in the pride. That would be lovely to just add to my knowledge of the animals at Madikwe, seeing as though I haven't actually spent any time there at all. I've never been. Definitely on my bucket list of places to visit. Everyone's just interacting peacefully. Wildebeest not being bothered by the elephant nor the waterbuck. Oh, John, you said your grandkids are watching and they would like to know how strong are an elephant's tusks. Well, they're very strong. So, our teeth and the elephant's tusks, which are actually an extension of their teeth, but they just use them differently. Maybe your grandfather can point out which ones are your incisors. Have you opened your mouth nice and wide? And those tusks are basically modified incisors that they'll use to loosen mud. They use them for fighting. They will also use them to strip bark and dig up roots. They're very useful. But our teeth and the elephant's tusk is made out of a substance called dentine. And it is one of the hardest structures or materials. So dentine is harder than bone. So they're very, very tough. So yeah, they break them fairly regularly, but it's quite a thing for an elephant to break a tusk. So very tough. Oh my goodness! Red hartebeest. Look at the little one. There we go. We were just talking about earlier, and I'm looking forward to seeing the youngsters. There's the first baby that I've seen so far. They're funny looking animals. They remind me of goats. That's so small. That little thing must only be a couple of weeks old, surely. That is so tiny. Not wobbly on its legs, though. It's moving at a good walking speed. I hope that there's some more young red hartebeests, otherwise, or at least that other females are going to give birth soon. It's not good to just have one youngster in the herd. It's going to be quite vulnerable to predation. And something small like this, unfortunately, will fall victim to the lions really, really easily. It's not going to be able to run at the speed at which hartebeests can, and they're quick. Much quicker than the wildebeest and the waterbuck. Oh, there we go. Jenny, you've just said that you're from Durban. For the rest of you that have no idea what Durbs is, have you spent much time exploring around KwaZulu-Natal? Have you been up to Tembe Elephant Park? That's also on my bucket list of places to go. And have you been to Mfolozi, all those areas? Because those are wilderness areas that I've never traveled to. I've only been to Manyoni Game Reserve and spent some time at Pinda. This is such a great view. There's also a common moorhen that's lurking in just below the red hartebeest, in case you're wondering what that is. funny looking creatures, and you can see the young hartebeest is not interested in drinking water, and that's because it's only going to be drinking milk at this stage. It's so young, so it'll be getting all of its nutrients and protein and water content from its mother. I'm trying to see which one is its mother, but it's a bit difficult to see the udders because they're situated between the back legs, but they should be nice and full. Just going back and forth, like, what is everybody doing? Hurry up. I'm impatient and I would like to go somewhere else. And a much lighter coloration than the adults, but we see this quite often. And whether you have extra spots or stripes or slightly different colorations, it's going to just help you sort of blend into your environment. And that's vitally important, especially when you're young. Exhausted from standing up, though, and gone back down now to have a bit of a rest. Stacy, you're wondering if any of the animals get affected from any types of algae, uh, sort of algae disease. So there's something that we call blue-green algae, but it's not actually algae. So it's one of the oldest organisms ever. It's called cyanobacteria, but we call it blue-green algae. And that poisons animals because it occurs in water sources. It specifically, oh, there's Mom. That was easy to tell. It specifically flares up. Oh, why? Oh, it's the elephant that's chased them. During dry seasons, when there isn't a lot of water replenishing these, whether it's wetland areas or little dams or natural pans, whatever it might be. Oh, look at that. I wonder what that hartebeest is doing. Just trying to get out of the way. They're just going to stand up to the elephant. That's a brave thing to do. So that causes a lot of problems. So at this time of the year, we can see it. And sure, a couple of years ago, you might recall the story. If you haven't, pop it into Google. In Botswana, there were so many elephants that all died, and they were all dying in the same place. And, scientists couldn't quite work out what was going on. A few of us, before they figured out what it is, like for example, I was like, they were fairly close to water sources, so it had to have been some kind of poisoning, in my opinion. And then it did turn out to be cyanobacteria, blue-green algae poisoning. So if they ingest too much of it, they're going to die. It was a leopard in the Sabi Sand that a couple of years ago again, that had died from it. There's constantly animals. So that can be a bit of an issue. Oh, okay. Something different. Let's go across to Okukuyo in Namibia, where a giraffe has popped down to have a drink. There we go. We've got a couple of giraffe. Looks like I can see 3 of them. So 4 of them. Goodness, the longer you stare, and now there's only one around the waterhole, but if you look just to the right of it, you'll see that there's one that's quite obvious, and then there's 2 just behind that one, sort of standing in the middle of this open area. Luciano, you're wondering if the animals kind of starve in this area. And I can see why, right? Because it's so barren in this particular place. And there's really not much growing at all. So around Okakuyo, right, we get something called Etosha grass and dwarf shrubland. So there's going to be a lot of the smaller plants, and then of course some of the bigger trees that you can see in the tree line. So they're not necessarily going to be feasting on anything right in the middle here. So they do have to travel far distances to find suitable food depending on what they eat. But the grasses, of course, they're going to come around when rainy season starts, and it started today in the low fault. You might be able to hear it in the background. Uh, so so they'll be okay. It's tough times for them, but animals adapt. With climate change, it can be a bit tricky. I mean, obviously, with the temperatures increasing, and just depends if you're in a La Nina or El Nino sort of state, but and that's obviously going to affect the rainfall too. So yeah, it's we don't really know what's going to happen now in Southern Africa with the rain. In South Africa, we're we're not sure. It's La Nina at the moment, so we're having excessive amounts of rain, but we also haven't had a lot now, and this is the start of the rainy season. We had a bit of rain in September, end of September, and then there's really been not much at all until today. So with the sort of more El Nino phases that we're kind of going through, that could affect the La Nina and change it. So instead of it being extra wet, we could end up going into a bit of a drought. And I forget when Paul Kruger's birthday is, but it's kind of like an old wives' tale that farmers and other conservationists believe that if it rains before Paul Kruger's birthday, I think it's the beginning of October, if I'm not mistaken, then we're going to have quite a dry year. But if it rains just after his birthday, then it means it's going to be a good wet season. Um, so that's also quite interesting. I suppose we'll see. We've had so much rain over the last 2 years, which we cannot complain about. And this is just talking about the in South Africa specifically. Actually countrywide. And in fact, last year and the beginning of this year, the floods that occurred was unbelievable. I mean, some areas received their entire year rainfall in just 2 days, and hundreds of people died, and tens of thousands of homes were destroyed. So yeah, it's a pity. I mean, we wish you could get everything in moderation, because the extreme temperatures and extreme rainfalls really have a negative effect on not just people, but more, very importantly, the environment. Here's a big herd of ellies. This is what we're hoping for. First, they'll quench their thirst and have a drink, and then hopefully they'll just keep going and funneling into the center of the waterhole.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
And there we go, all the elephants are now in the water, stretching their trunks out as far as they can reach. Lots of the younger elephants just sticking towards the shallow waters. Elephants also capable swimmers. Well, again, when you're young, you're not going to be as good, so they've got to be cautious. But luckily for them, the bonds between the members of the herd are so strong that if a little one were in any type of trouble, the adults will, without hesitation, rush to and its aid and rescue it. Oh goodness, look at that big sandstorm. It's not quite a sandstorm. What have I forgotten that you call a dust storm? What do we call these things? Dust devil. I don't actually even remember. That's not particularly nice. So you can see just how much loose soil there is. See where it's going to go. Are the zebras going to end up being engulfed in the sand? Oh, charging away. Let's see if it's going to continue towards the water, if it's going to dissipate. There's one zebra that's caught right in the middle. Oh, it's getting closer and closer to the water's edge. It's swirling around quite a bit. No, off it goes. Ah, that was interesting. Some of the worst dust storms, sandstorms that I've ever been unfortunate to encounter. And again, they're not as bad as like what you get in sort of deserted areas, but in Mashatu, which is not too far away from where Madikwe is in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken, it's just north and to the east. It's quite arid, very similar to this, but you don't have the concrete rocks. And with it being, the soil being so bare and the wind picking up, like elephant chasing the springbok away on the right, it was insane. Like, it was so bad at some, times that we weren't even able to go out on safari. It was just impossible. Just entire areas would be this red soil and it would whip and burn your skin. So I never enjoyed that so much. And good luck having a shower. Gosh, you have a shower and then you look like an elephant that's had a dust bath. I hope you keep joining on these chats. It's been great interacting with you. You said that the floods in Durban were really bad in AR. It was really sad. That's actually where I was referring to, that hundreds of people sadly died. But you said they were so bad that you're still swimming to work. Well, I hope you got a good pair of fins and a snorkel, or maybe you're canoeing to work. Who knows? Or taking the boat. But obviously, it's not quite a laughing matter. But oh gosh, I hope the rain keeps away for a little bit, or it's not as extreme. Cosmic Carol, you said you're another one that definitely prefers, goodness, I can't English, animals to human beings. Is it that obvious that I'm one of those people? No, I'm just teasing. I obviously enjoy being around people. Sometimes. No, not quite sometimes. I'm around people all the time. But I also like quiet in my own space. I think we all like wildlife because it doesn't talk back and they don't judge you. Except maybe your pets, cats and dogs. They're very judgmental. More so cats.
Very hungry. Let's still come.
Lots of crows flying about.
Plus, it's 3 group. Is it 3 group? Oh, yeah. Let's still come. Second group will come. Third group will come. Thank you, man.
thank you so much.
And the giraffe look like they're slowly edging closer to the waterhole, waiting for the migration of elephants. They're going to have to move out of the way because I suspect the elephants are going to just follow that pathway that you can see that goes straight towards a giraffe, or not? Are you going to make a big U-turn? You know, I always know when the show is coming to an end. Well, for me, obviously. I actually forget, is it Ralph? Yeah, Ralph is taking over after me in about 10 minutes or so because my stomach starts grumbling as if to say, right, are you ready for breakfast/lunch? And yes, I am. I'm actually going to head out and meet Tess. For those of you that watch the regular WildEarth show, the Sunset and Sunrise Safari, Tess has now officially left WildEarth, but hopefully she'll come back and visit. But I don't get to see her very often, so I'm going to go and spend some time with her in a bit. We're going to go and have lunch. Very excited. Looks like the elephants have stopped for a bit of a siesta. Some of them are just digging around on the ground. I can't see that any of them are putting any soil into their mouths, but this would be a good area for that, just getting the mineral rich. Well, I'm sure that this area's got a lot of calcium, probably some phosphorus, magnesium maybe in the soil. And at this time of the year, they might not be getting sufficient amounts of those minerals from the plants. We call it geophagy, in case I didn't say that already. So for those of you that are sitting and watching quietly, come on, be brave enough to send through a question. It would be nice to chat to all of you that are watching. And if there are any children that are watching, how exciting. Maybe you can ask your mom or dad or whoever's looking after you if they can ask some questions on your behalf. I always find some of the most interesting questions, things that I've never thought about in my entire life, come from children. But I haven't had a chance to spend much time at Oldonyo in Kenya. Let's go see if the camera is going to play ball. Zebras! Oh, it's a pity we weren't able to get a view earlier because it was an entanglement of giraffe. But this will do. You can see the mares, my goodness, especially these two to the left. Look how pregnant they are. My goodness, they're wide. The one on the left looks like she's about to burst. We tried. Sometimes, you know, technology just gets the better of us. Can we have a look at the two birds that are just to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen? I'm sure they're Egyptian geese, but I just want to make 100% sure that that's what they are. And that's what they are. They just looked like they had interesting colorations, but again, sometimes with the cameras, it can alter the colors. Sometimes it's a bit dark, but they're most certainly Egyptian geese. Geese? No, geese. Look at the elephants. They're not moving anywhere quickly. We typically see them streaming along in a nice line, heading straight for the trees, but just taking a moment to have a siesta. All the little ones will be in the middle. I'm not sure why they've formed that little circle. It's something that we typically see when there's a threat about. But it might be just to shade the younger elephants, which will be in the middle, because there's not much out there. And you don't quite have the tolerance as an adult elephant to the heat. That's something that you're just going to get used to over time. But my time has come to an end now. Gosh, it's gone by so quickly, and we've seen some really interesting animals. So I hope that you enjoyed it, and thank you very much for all the questions and all the comments. And for those of you that are just sitting silently, thank you for watching. And share this with your family and friends. But I am going to be handing over to Ralph, and then he will be finishing up the live at the Waterhole show with all of them. So keep sending in the questions. And so he might just be sticking with me for a little bit longer while Ralph gets all set up and sorted. Lots of birds flying in. Mainly crows. It's interesting that the crows hang around here. I wonder if it has anything to do with the lodging that's just behind this camera. And off that crow goes. A lot of the animals have now moved off, but I'm sure there'll be another stream of them coming through soon. Haven't been seeing a lot of oryx coming down to drink Gemsbok. The journey, you said thank you so much for the chat, and it is great to get to know me. Well, I look forward to getting to know all of you. The more questions you of course send in, this applies to everybody. The more familiar I'll become with your usernames, and that's always really nice. This experience should be like coming on a safari, virtual safari, and meeting up with friends. It's amazing how the internet has connected so many of us, even though we're across the world in different locations. But anyways, I'm going to say goodbye to all of you, but I'll see you tomorrow. Off you go, and I hope you have a pleasant afternoon with Ralph.
Well, thanks very much, Taylor. And to any new viewers that have just joined us, hello and welcome to Live at the Waterhole. Where first up, we're in one of my favorite places, and that's in the Etosha National Park of Namibia and the Okukuyu Waterhole. Yes, indeed. My name is Ralph Kirsten, and as per usual, what does the bush hold in store for us today? Well, you'll have to sit back, relax, and enjoy the animals coming down to drink at all the different waterholes that we'll be going to. Seems like there was a nice big herd of elephants there that did have a drink and have exited on the yellow brick road, as I call it. But also, as per usual, please don't forget that this is a live and interactive experience. So we'd love for you to jump on board with us and send us through your questions and your comments. You can do that by going on the WildEarth website and registering. You can also join the conversation on Twitter, now known as X, and you can use the hashtag WildEarth. Also on the YouTube live chat. We always delve into different topics, ecological principles, or whatever it might be that you want to discuss. Looks like a bit of southwesterly breeze coming through. And it's probably going to be very hot here during the course of the day. So I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't more elephants that come through for a drink. When it's hot, there's more of them that come down. So that being said, nice stop here at Okukuyu. But let's head back to South Africa, the Northwest Province, the Madikwe Game Reserve, and Africam Tau. Where we do in fact have an elephant in the waterhole. I don't think it's as hot here as it is in Etosha, but they still do love coming down for a wallow, a splash, and a bit of a feed on this lovely green grass inside the waterhole itself. I don't think there's too much very nutritious food available currently. It's very dry in Madikwe. We've had a bit of a splattering of rain over the last few days, but nothing substantial. So I think that's part of the reason this guy is getting stuck in. And Ranger Tracy, nice to hear from you and glad that you're happy I'm on board. It's always a pleasure, and it's always fascinating as to what is going to be going down. This big old bull here is going to have to engage his diff lock as he moves through the mud. But generally, they don't really have much of a problem. They've got so much power behind their massive bodies that moving through the mud isn't really a problem for big animals like this, but little babies might find it a little bit more difficult to move through and can actually get stuck. I've witnessed that a couple of times. Once was in Etosha, where a little baby elephant got stuck in the waterhole, and it was quite incredible because the entire herd sort of circled around this waterhole, and then you couldn't even see the baby anymore. They were like scrumming it and trying to get it out, and in the meantime, the other elephants they were sort of chasing off any animal in the direct vicinity. It was incredible to see because they were like the bodyguards getting rid of any kind of danger, as this little one was in a bit of trouble, stuck in the mud, and eventually they got it out. I don't know how. They, obviously pulled it up with their trunks and got it out of the water, and then they all marched off in but a very tight circle around that little baby. So it's amazing to see how they do care for one another and take those kind of dangers very seriously. We'll, of course, also see all the resident waterfowl and things that are about. And you might even find some of the birds follow in next to the elephant. It looks like that grey heron's moved in because just like when they're walking on land and you have the drongos and sometimes swallows as well that start flying around them, even wagtails, because they bump up the insects. So as they move, then these birds follow and eat the insects that they bump up. But being here in the water, you might find the waterfowl do exactly that as well, because he'll be chasing out any frogs and tadpoles and little fish, etc., as he moves through. And so if the opportunists, they'll be waiting for a meal. Here comes in a hamakop, probably doing exactly that. So, Cosmic Carol, I must agree with you. Definitely. All the animals have got their own special traits. And even the ones that we think are reasonably ugly, they've got their real beauty behind them as well. Watching a warthog wallow in the mud, you could say that he's part of the ugly five, but I find them absolutely wonderful. So in Hammerkorps, probably their primary food is frogs, but they'll eat anything that comes out here. The elephant is maybe going to bump out for it. We also find as guides when we're driving our vehicles around the game reserves, you have a lot of birds that even use the vehicle in a similar fashion as they do with these large mammals. And they keep flying around the vehicle as we drive, and the insects that get bumped up by us as well.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
And our mission here at WildEarth is to connect the world with nature. And if you'd like to help us in our quest, you can go onto the WildEarth website and click donate. However small the donation might be, every little bit counts. So this little hammerkop seems to keep stabbing, and I think he is coming right, but with very small little prey. I'm pretty sure it's tadpoles. So, nice little view on this bird and the massive elephant feeding here, but it sounds like there are quite a few requests for some birds from the viewers. There's a grey heron now also coming to take advantage. So I think with that in mind, we'll head on over just outside of Kimberley and Kamfersdam. Where, as per usual, we've got our resident flamingos, both greater and lesser. And there we can also see pied avocets moving through, one at least. Some moorhens and dab chicks and coots, red-knobbed coots. So, Catherine, nice question around the adaptability of birds and different environments. Well, Catherine, I'd have to say it goes across the board with all the animals. The generalists are the ones that are easier or more able to adapt to different environments. And it's the specialists that struggle. So if we think of, if it's an eagle that specializes in hunting monkeys and dassies, well, that's pretty much the only areas that it's going to be able to survive with that kind of resources. You look at the likes of crowned eagles, etc. They are able to adapt to a point, but they've got certain requirements for their survival. If we look at the likes of a southern ground hornbill, very specialized in its nesting, where they need to have very big trees, and they nest in big hollows in those trees. So without those big trees, they struggle to nest and ultimately to breed. So they don't do very well. But then if you look at the likes of Cape sparrows and ring-necked doves and pigeons, they're able to survive in almost any kind of environment. They're able to eat a range of different food, and it's easily available. They're also able to survive in and amongst urban environments. So that's why we find those generalists that we find in nature survive in the most awkward circumstances, and especially when the conditions change, then the specialists struggle to survive. If we look at mammals, you would have to say that an impala is a generalist. They're able to live out almost in the open and in the thickets. They can graze, not very picky on their food. So mixed feeders, they can browse, they can eat leaves, and they can also survive different temperature ranges and climatic conditions, from very hot to reasonably cold as well. So that's why we find that species is very widespread, and you find them in pretty much every environment. Whereas also you're looking at the likes of flamingos here, very specialized in their feeding. The water needs a certain level of salinity and salt for the algae and shrimp that they feed on, and also the nesting needs to be in these nice shallow flays or pans, where they can build up their mud volcano type nests. So without those conditions and those environmental resources, they aren't able to survive. That's why here at Kamfersdam, this is the perfect environment for them, and that's why they do so well. But they don't do very well in an area that doesn't supply those exact requirements. Then you can also, if we look at the likes of cheetah, very specialized in their super fast hunting technique and capabilities, but they are super specialized for speed, and so they don't have the power, the strength to defend their kills from any of the other predators, really. Even 3-4 jackals can chase them off a kill. So wherever there's other big predators, they really struggle, and as a result, they're obviously heading towards a bit of a bottleneck, as opposed to the other more adaptable predators like a leopard, which can even survive in urban environments. When I was studying at Pretoria Technikon, wildlife management or nature conservation, there was reports of a leopard that was actually living in a block of flats inside where they had an alleyway, where they kept the dustbins. So it was literally surviving there during the daylight hours, and then at night it would come out and it was feeding on domestic pets, dogs and cats, mainly cats that were getting out of people's windows and going on their little foray at night, and this leopard was surviving there. We also do know that I think it's Delhi in India, one of the largest populations of leopard anywhere in the world, living in a very highly populated with people area. So it's incredible, and that's more of a generalist and able to survive in very different conditions, and very contrasting to the likes of a cheetah, which is a specialist, and obviously their numbers then reflect in that they can't survive without those particular conditions and the environment to go with it. Sorry about the shakes. It's obviously quite windy. And so that does lead the camera to wobble a bit, especially when you zoomed in, it magnifies it. So, Sammy, you're asking how they sleep. Well, you see all of those ones with their one leg raised and the other one, and they're standing on one leg, and then their head sort of rested almost on their rump, but inside their feathers, so they can sort of close themselves out of the elements, and that's the way that they sleep. So you'll see when these ones, sometimes they can also sleep standing up like that, but they prefer to put their head and rest it on under their wing, and that's how they sleep. So Mpo, yes, there will be predators that come to drink here, but this is quite near to quite a lot of settlements. So there are people that do live almost immediately surrounding this property. So it is very secretive predators, but I can tell you that there'll definitely be the likes of jackal, caracal, there may be some of the other little predators as well, maybe even African wildcat, etc. But they'll be very secretive, and they'll probably only come through here at night. Because of the presence of humans, these predators that do survive have survived over the years by being very secretive, being very quiet, and limiting their movements to when there is less activity from humans. So that's the times that you would expect them to come through and drink, and probably during the darkness hours when we're not on the show, but you could probably still watch this particular waterhole on Africam. I don't know how clear it would be, or if they have infrared to see at night. I'm assuming not. But so it would be difficult to note. The only way that I would be able to tell for sure is to go and walk the bank and check the tracks, because the tracks never lie. So you can see there in the background, it's obviously human habitation. There's a water tower and there's all sorts of poles, etc. So this is a lovely piece of private property. So it is I think it's 400 hectares that's protected. Every now and then there are some people that do come through, but it will be reported because it's not allowed. But yeah, because it's all for the protection, specifically for the nesting sites for these flamingos. Righty, so nice to just check up on the birds here. Don't see any nesting just yet, unless there might be nesting on the other side of the waterhole. I'm not exactly sure on the location where they generally do nest, but it should be any time soon that they should start building those volcano-type nests. But we'll keep on checking in, and for the meantime, I think we'll head back to Africam Tau. So a couple of small little birds here, hoppity skippity, in the foreground, just near to this elephant dung. Can't see exactly what they are. There's also some warthogs there. I think they've had themselves a bit of a wallow, and now they're just feeding, just like the elephant that are in the water. Nice big waterbug bull. It's almost like a moon landscape there in the background, devoid of any plants. And you can see how dry it is in the areas away from this waterhole. They really need some rain.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
And it seems there's also quite a number of guinea fowl coming through as well. But anyway, I think that was a nice little stop, checking out on these warthogs. But let's go back to Etosha National Park and Okokoyo. Where I'm loving it when the giraffe comes through to drink, because they have been a little bit absent over the last few months. I think they also join the elephants in heading to the eastern side of the reserve when the rains sort of come in January to March, and then it takes until it gets very dry, like it is now, for them to return to the western side. So we've seen that now, and the elephants have returned. There's one just disappearing off on the yellow brick road, while these giraffe drink here, joined by some springbok and a lovely line of zebra. Lots more zebra coming in the background as well. So these giraffe are the Angolan giraffe, and they'll be a lot smaller than the Maasai giraffes that we'll see in Kenya at the Africam Old Donyo. So it's nice just to see the difference. And there's also a bit of a difference in their spot pattern too. They seem to be a bit more jaggedy on the Maasai giraffe, and these guys a little bit more rounded on their patches, if we can say that. You might wonder why the animals always come in lines like this and use a particular route. Well, it's energy efficiency and using the path of least resistance. And if you also know this particular area, this calcary rocks are very sharp. So for me, I've walked in these areas, obviously not inside the Etosha National Park. You're not allowed to walk. But just outside the park, walking around, the stones are very, very sharp. So I think just the animals using those particular routes, it's to avoid stumbling and tripping and hurting themselves on the rocks, and using the nice path that's been formed over probably thousands of years. So, Robin, thanks for your comment. And yeah, I really enjoy when the waterholes get busy. It's normally the hotter it is, especially at this time of the day when we're watching on all the different waterholes. The hotter it is, the more the animals come down for a drink, which is very understandable. Nice time to come and cool off and probably enjoy getting themselves wet and the feeling of the cools that they get. And all the guests that I take here to Okukuyu and Etosha and Namibia at large, they really enjoy. And I've seen some stunning photographs from this waterhole, and especially of the zebra as they line up like this and drink, and you get the reflection of them in the water as well. But just with all those stripes, they really make for wonderful photographs. And it's lovely to sit and watch the sort of ebb and flow as the waterhole fills up with animals, and then they leave, and the next sort of wave of animals comes through. It's just lovely. Okay, so a lot of them seem to just be milling about in the background there. Some have drunk already and they're just hanging around, and others still coming through. And something has spooked the springbok, which in turn has now spooked the zebra. But anyway, with that being said, I think there's a little bit more action at African Tau. With our two big bulls that are feeding here in the waterhole itself. And I'm intrigued to see who's going to come and join them, the waterfowl, and see if they can get anything to eat as well. Seems these two boys are loving this greenery, and why wouldn't you? It does look very tasty if you were that way inclined. I haven't seen the resident crocodiles here just yet. Maybe they've gotten out of the way of these elephants. But we do know that there was a report that one of them has nested over the last few days, last week or so. Oh, there's a third elephant bull. They're going to have a bit of an interaction here, or maybe a bit of a mud wrestle. That would be cool. So, and if you're wondering, it's just, we don't really want to show the rooms, especially if there's any people there, whatever, of the lodge itself. So if you're wondering why we move the camera like that, that's the exact reason. We don't want people unnecessarily on television without them knowing. And yeah, it's a wildlife show. It's not a people show. So that's why we just try to keep that out of frame. So it looks like these guys have started a little bit of a theme. And guess what? There's some Ellies coming down at Okokuyo. So my wish was granted. I thought I might have missed all the elephants as they were leaving, just as I started. But now there's more coming through. And as I said, when it's very hot like this, you can expect the elephants to come through in their droves. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. There's hardly a breath of wind. The predominant wind in Namibia is the southwesterly, but generally in winter, you do then have the easterly, and it doesn't look like there's much of either today, which is lovely. But you'll see how the ears are flapping on these elephants. It does give you an indication of the heat that they're experiencing, and it looks like there's some more arriving as well. But very quickly, they're going to be cooling off, I'm sure, after they've quenched their thirst. They'll be spraying themselves with water. Hopefully some even go for a bit of a dip and a swim and a roll around in the water, especially the youngsters who always enjoy it. And then sometimes they also come onto our side of the waterhole here, and just off to the left, that's a lovely dust bathing spot. They love it as well. So if they are going to do any dust bathing, that's exactly where they're going to go to. And we had a swimming springbok that left the water there. Now we've got a swimming oryx, or gemsbok. He's taken over.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So you might also wonder about the water here, because, being in the Namib Desert, supposedly, devoid of water, and it is as such, 100 times more evaporation than transpiration or rain. So any water that is available is obviously also evaporated very quickly. But all around Namibia, there is very good underground water. There's a lot of artesian wells, etc., and springs, and excellent cavities below the surface of the soil that holds good groundwater. So even though in the desert, most places, just with boreholes, have very good quality of water and normally good availability as well. Just here in Etosha, it is a little bit salty. I don't mind it. It does give the water a bit of a different taste, and not everybody likes it. But what I normally do in Etosha, it's drinkable, and I think it's probably more healthy for you, to be precise. I'm not sure on the exactness of it, but it's interesting. So what I normally do with the guests here is, we supply the tap water as it is drinkable, safe to drink, everything. But with that salty taste, normally just put in a few drops of concentrated lemon juice, and it just changes the flavor a bit, makes it a bit better. Now they're going to get down to some playing. This is what I was waiting for. And the youngsters, which is not unusual, normally having the most fun. Why wouldn't you? You're in the desert, but we've got a lovely big waterhole here to swim in. This is awesome. And when I was doing Escape to Nature, we were out in the field from sunrise to sunset every single day. And in the heat of the day, especially in summer, we would get very sunburnt. Well, I would anyway. But I always used to go looking for elephants because they were the best sightings in the heat of the day, because generally they were around water, either playing in it or throwing mud all over themselves. So I must say, the hotter it is, if it's very hot, go looking for elephants in the middle of the day. And they will be around water. That's normally what I've observed. And also because we used to move between Okukuyu and Namutoni, which is 120 kilometers, but we used to stop off at Halali for lunch. So we used to game drive all the way to Halali. Then I used to prepare lunch for the guests. But while I was doing that, I used to send them off to the Moringa Waterhole. And I used to say that the elephants have a reservation with me for 1 p.m. So go there, see the elephants, and come back. And they were always astonished as to the arrival of the elephants, almost exactly on time. And then they thought I was some kind of elephant whisperer. But it's just watching their habits and knowing exactly at different waterholes, different game reserves, which waterholes the elephants like to go to, especially at the heat of the day. I know there's some other places in the Kruger National Park where they come at slightly different times. They like to come drink out of the swimming pool at 10 o'clock in the morning. Well, at the Moringa Waterhole, they like to go through at about 1 o'clock. So they do that pretty much on time every day when it's very hot. The other animals are a little bit wary when these elephants are being boisterous and having fun like this. You can see them watching him, and they do sort of steer clear. So you might find that until these elephants are done, that there's not too many other animals that come through for a drink. There's, kudu, they're also relatively nervous here. The giraffe as well, they like to wait until the elephants are completely done. And sometimes the springbok and that, they just choose a side and then go drink there anyway, but they still steer clear of these ellies. Jonas, yeah, it's a sight to behold when elephants are having fun and playing in the water. And you can imagine how hot it is there now. It's probably into the lower 40s already, maybe even hotter, mid 40s sometimes it gets in Etosha. And with this white calcrete rocks, it's almost like being in the snow where it's very bright and it reflects the heat as well. So it's the heat's coming from all angles, from the top and from below. It's radiating. So you can imagine how it does affect the animals. Very easily dehydrated. They do get very hot, and so you can understand why they love the feeling and the joy of cooling off in the water holes. So it looks like the signal has been given. Time's up, chaps. Playtime's over. And they're going to head off on the yellow brick road all the way up into the tree line there and probably go to feed. There's always a couple of stragglers. I'm not sure. I think these might be bulls, so they might not even move with that herd. They did come in after them, I think. So they might hang around a bit longer, which would be nice. So France, good question. And how would you identify two different herds at a waterhole? France, yeah, if you are from France, sorry for you. So last night, that epic match, and that's why my voice is a bit hoarse today, because I was shouting for the Springboks. But anyway, France, your name as it is, um, it's quite difficult to tell if they haven't arrived, if they all arrive together. Sometimes you do have different herds that group up with each other. And sometimes you can also have a splitting up of one herd. So you'd have to watch them for a little while. And it's not easy just to immediately say that's one herd and two separate herds, etc. Because, as I say, they can sometimes join up and break away from each other again. So yeah, you'll generally start to see a kind of leader within the group. And if we had have tried to identify, I didn't really take much notice, but as that herd was leaving, it's normally the matriarch that would lead them out, but not always. She's the one that gives the signal, but she's not necessarily always the one that walks in front. She's not also necessarily the biggest or anything like that. It's normally just the most experienced female. So mainly it's probably the oldest within the group, but sometimes they also do sort of change the hierarchy, and a matriarch could almost be taken off her perch, but generally that would land up in her being chased out of the herd itself. So normally it's the oldest female that will end up being the matriarch, because she's the most experienced, but it still needs to be a leader. And not every individual is a leader. Some are older, but they're a little bit of a subordinate character, for instance. So it depends on the dynamics in the group, but generally as they move off, it's the matriarch that would lead them. And then you would start to pick up sort of these leaders, and you won't have two matriarchs in one herd. So that would give you an indication of if there's only one herd, or if there's a couple of herds that have just come together. But it's not easy just to look at them and straight up know. You'd have to actually observe them for a little while, and not in the short space of time that they might just be at the waterhole. Sometimes not enough time to really say. See, and what I think also ensures quite a good genetic diversity with elephants is that bulls don't, once they reach a particular age and they start becoming a bit too boisterous within the breeding herd, they get chased out of the herd itself. Then they follow from a distance, and eventually they start moving with some of the older bulls. Like we might see here, the three of these guys, maybe they move together as well. Sometimes, especially the older bulls and the big mature adults, they'll sometimes just move on their own altogether until they come into must, which is then a very big increase in testosterone that gets pumped through their blood. It changes their mood, and it also makes them go looking for females. So that's when they land up in the breeding herd. So why I say that that can ensure a lovely genetic diversity is because it comes through sort of every 2 to 3 weeks. They go into must, and it can last for up to a week or so. But then during that time, they'll obviously try and mate with any receptive females within the breeding herd. But once that period passes, they have a dropping in the levels of testosterone once more, and they then move off, and they're happy-go-lucky, just walking around on their own, enjoying their own company, being in solitude. But then you have other bulls that wouldn't necessarily be dominant over that bull, who would be coming into must as well. And they'll also go into the breeding herd and mate with any receptive females and not have any issues with that dominant bull because he's not in must. If the must coincides, that's when you have really monstrous fights between them. And you can actually end up with the dominant bull killing subordinate bulls or younger bulls, or not so strong, because he will not have any of that when he's in must. But when he's not, he couldn't care less. So I think with that overlapping and different timings of the periods when the bulls come into must, it then obviously allows for different bulls covering individuals within the breeding herd, and so then ensures good genetic diversity. So personal space is a very important point to make around elephants, because just as every single person has their own personal space, and some people have, or appreciate a larger personal space than others. So everybody's individual. Well, elephants are exactly the same. And so moving very quickly into their personal space can invoke an aggressive reaction. So first things first, stop at a distance, work out the animal's mood, also allow them an opportunity to realize that you're there, and then slowly make your approach. But what I normally do is move into a space that I predict that the elephant is going to move to, so that ultimately the elephant moves into my personal space, which is when I will demand respect. As you would expect, the elephant would do the same in return. So when they move into my personal space, I've got all the cards. As long as I've given them lovely space to move, that I'm not blocking their path, for instance, and then I can have the aggressive response as the elephant would if he comes into my personal space. So I think the major thing with elephants and viewing them safely and getting into wonderful encounters is to have patience. I think that is the number one key to having good encounters with elephants. Have patience and, observe their mood and then make your decision based on the time that you've spent and realized how happy they will be with your presence. And then make a decision as to where you're going to put yourself so that you're not impacting on all the factors that I've been speaking about. So, leopard lover, that's a very interesting question, and around planning of animals. I think that elephants are definite planners to some degree. I think they're creatures of habit as well. When it gets hot, they like to go for a drink and so on. But I definitely do think that elephants would make and do have plans. And that's thinking forward because specifically with the desert elephants, I've seen it that there's big discussion within a herd, and then they move to an area that we don't understand why, but it's obvious that once we find them in these particular spots, that they've gone there for a specific food source or a water source, sometimes even a dust bathing spot, or sometimes it's where other elephants have died. But there's definitely the distance involved for them to move from one spot to another or between different ephemeral rivers, sometimes hundreds of kilometers, etc. And the real intent that they have, I'm pretty sure that they have planned that movement and that to get the required result. So I don't think that we could say that animals don't plan. I think as you move down through the animals and obviously different levels or degrees of intelligence, I think then obviously planning would become less and more so just, doing things daily, almost through with a rhythm. When it gets hot, I go for a drink. When it gets cool, I go in the thicket. When I get hungry, I go hunting. When I get thirsty, So, and I think that rhythm then might lead us to believe that they're planning, but I think it's a lot more simple than that. So, yes, definitely. I think animals do plan, but I think it depends on which animal species it is. Like, I don't think fish plan. I don't think they. I think then that's just almost right down to what they need to do at the current moment. Frogs, I don't know about that either. I don't think they plan. I think it just instinctively makes animals do things at certain times, at different age. When they're a tadpole, all they do is survive. And obviously, once they become a frog, they also just want to survive. But then they have this uncanny drive to mate and to breed. So I think that is ultimately every organism's goal, is to breed. And then once that's happened successfully, the life has been successful as well. So it's an uncanny drive, I think, for every species alive to remain living and also to breed. It's incredible.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
You often see this when there's bulls that meet up. There's often a sort of a bit of a conversation. There might be a little bit of trying to posture and show who's boss. And it can lead to a little bit of fighting sometimes. It all depends whether they're in must or not, or just what kind of mood they're in. Looks like these two are having some kind of little meetup. And it must be said as well, see, they'll probably be sniffing each other, maybe a bit of touching. It seems that one on the left is a little bit more unsure of himself. Sometimes showing off, elephants do almost show that they're a little bit nervous, and they have a bit of anxiety. They're not quite sure of themselves. You can see the one on the right there, I think, a lot more sure of itself. And they're generally the more dominant bulls. The bigger ones. He actually looks like he has a bigger head than this one on the left. And also dropping the penis like that, it's also a kind of show of prowess and trying to show off. And that one on the right, he didn't really seem to bother with any of that, which leads me to believe that the backing off of this one that's still standing here, he was actually being a little bit submissive there, even though he was all show in the beginning and still obviously trying to do it now. But that bigger bull wasn't too bothered. Right, so as always, I'm always looking into and researching different sort of concepts, principles, whatever, and we were chatting about game parts earlier, just on a very light level. But I've just found some interesting research or explanation on game parts. And this is on a wildlife sort of language website, and there's a guy that was asking the exact same question that I was thinking in my mind. Why do animals use game parts, etc.? And so that was my idea behind what I was researching. And what he's come up with is that, simply stated, animals are motivated to survive as a primary predisposition. So, taking into account that idea, it would seem that animals would react similarly in a similar environment to efficiently achieve that predisposition as a general rule. This would mean that various stimuli in such similar shared environment may have encouraged animals to act in a way that would create infrastructure in the environment to help them survive. If an animal chose a path because of the nearby resources necessary for its survival, then it's likely other animals would choose similar paths, resulting in leaving behind signs in the form of stimuli, such as, but not limited to, scent, structures in the likes of dens or beds or dams, etc., food, broken plant cover. The variables of each animal's effect on that path would be of scientific importance, but as a simple perspective, it would seem even after the first animal took a path for the previous reasons, the next animal in the area may find that path easier to take, being as how the first animal would have broken some of the plant cover or pushed aside some of the rocks in the area. This would, of course, be true for each animal that travels such path until you end up with a little road or a game trail. It would also be apparent that an animal would choose to use such paths often after the first time of use, since the reasons for taking the unbeaten path were substantial enough for the survival of said animal to rely on taking an unbeaten path. This is just a very simple explanation to give examples as to why animals take such action. And then, of course, living things are generally motivated for their survival with the natural goal of continuing their species. Observation using the scientific method of modern scientific culture would support such statements. That being stated, we as an intelligent species have chosen to create and share paths for our survival in the hunt for resources and an improved ability to survive. These days, it's easy to forget such things since we are creating these things such as shared routes of travel for things other than simple survival. Now, if you think of mountaineering and climbing up Mount Everest or even Kilimanjaro, although in the last few years a lot of the snow has melted, etc., then you would also know that to break the path is the most difficult thing to do. The pioneer to go up and walk through the snow after there's been fresh snowfall, he's the one that has the most difficult route to take. And then everybody after that is going to walk in his footsteps and take the exact same path that he took. So it's not as complex as we may think. It's just simply taking the easiest route. I know that also climbing massive dunes in the areas around Sossusvlei, I often am the first one up the dune, at 5 o'clock in the morning. And it's quite difficult to walk up the dune in that soft sand. But immediately, the people behind me take the exact same steps, and those footprints become compacted, and it's almost then like steps. So that's obviously a much sort of a bigger way of explaining it. But nonetheless, it's always the first person that has the most difficult route, and everybody else sort of follows that route, especially if they have the same goal of getting to either the water or to the top of the dune or to the top of the mountain or whatever it might be. And the path of least resistance is always the most energy efficient. Righty, so these guys moving off. And once again, there are still a few around, but we've spent quite a bit of time here at Tau. So let's go to a waterhole that I haven't seen yet today, and that's in East Africa and Africam Oldonyo. Where we just get such a wonderful perspective. And here we've got one of the big tuskers that has pulled in for a drink. This is fabulous. His tusks are huge. I don't know if this is the one that they call 1 ton. We had about 10 elephants, all with huge tusks like this on one show. So I'm not sure which individual is the one that they call 1 ton. This may well be him. I know that he's got one tusk that is slightly damaged. So we just have to keep watching this guy and see. Maybe it is him, but his left tusk is massive. It's amazing to watch these big tuskers because you can imagine it's obviously quite a weight for them to carry. But with them carrying it on a daily basis, it obviously makes him a lot stronger, I would imagine, in the neck area to be able to hold that up. And they can sort of get over 100 kilograms, can one of those tusks get. So it's incredible the weight that they would be carrying. But I've seen with a lot of the big tuskers that you do often find them resting straight on the ground because it is relatively close to the ground already. And that's where they sort of say that you do then term the big tuskers, where the tusks, can touch the ground while they're still standing upright. So I've just been checking out online about big tuskers, and specifically in this part of the world where it's sort of between the Tsavo and Amboseli national parks. But there is the Tsavo Trust, who are which is a project specifically around these big tuskers, and they call it the Tsavo Trust Big Tusker Project, which works in support of the Kenya Wildlife Service. And alongside research and conservation partners, including Save the Elephants, Tsavo Trust monitors the elephant populations of Tsavo with a specific emphasis on the large tuskers. The term big tusker refers to an elephant with tusks so large they scrape the floor. Unfortunately, the opportunities for witnessing a big tusker in its natural habitat are very slim. So this is a very big privilege to be able to see this guy. As of today, there are approximately 25 individuals left in the world, most of which reside in the Tsavo Conservation Area. So if there's only 25 left, and we had 10 here the other day, I don't think all of them were big tuskers. I think there were just a couple of them that weren't. There was about 8, so that was a massive percentage of the remaining big tuskers. It's vital that we make every effort to protect what is arguably the last viable gene pool of big tuskers remaining, and I think that's very important to note. There's a number of reasons why big tuskers are so rare. Firstly, elephants with tusks that large are a natural rarity, which only adds to the mysticism surrounding their majesty. Secondly, these massive elephants are under constant threat from poachers. In parts of the Far East, 1 kilogram of ivory sells for several $1,000, and a big tusker can have tusks that weigh over 50 kilograms each. At Tsavo Trust, working in conjunction with the Kenya Wildlife Service and partners, they're faced with the momentous task of trying to protect these big tuskers from the ever-present threat of poaching, whilst also allowing them the freedom to roam in the vastness of Tsavo that's so integral to the life of an elephant. So, very interesting, and if anybody is interested, you can go and look online on the Tsavo Trust protecting these magnificent beasts. So sorry, that was a quick swap of locations, a little bit of picture break up there at Old Donyo. Sometimes happens with these remote cameras. But anyway, we've still got some Ellies here at Africa Tower. So we won't complain, but it would be nice to go back at some stage with that big tusker in Kenya.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Well, these elephants are still enjoying themselves and still being followed by the hammerkop and the grey heron, looking for an opportunity to feed. Looks like a cattle egret might have joined them just behind that elephant. It's the same kind of birds that you'll often see when there's fires. They also use that to their advantage, and they go near to the fire and catch all the insects that are running away from it. So they very often use the elements or whatever's going on to their advantage, and ever the opportunists. So yeah, unfortunately, those elephants are having a whale of a time, but there are some guests there that we just noticed, so we moved away. If you were wondering, that's why. There actually, as we've been looking around, there seems to be a lot of elephants in the area here now. Just off in the bush or in the tree line out of this clearing here next to the waterhole. And we can see two in the background there, but as we zoomed across, I could see a lot more in the other areas as well. Does make for a wonderful setting, actually, when these clouds are moving through, just changing the color and the light every second. See all those Egyptian geese making a racket just near to the elephants. Egyptian geese are noisy on a normal day, but especially around this time of year, going into the breeding and nesting and pairing up, they take it up a notch. So I'm just going on a little bit about the Tsavo Trust and the Tsavo Conservation Area. At over twice the size of Israel, the Greater Tsavo Conservation Area is a vast wild area of awe-inspiring natural beauty and incredible biodiversity. The area boasts Kenya's single largest population of elephants, famously red in color due to Tsavo's rusty earth tones, numbering approximately 15,000 animals today. This might sound like a good many elephants, but not when you consider that in the late 1960s, there used to be 35,000 in the same area of Tsavo. Among the surviving population is arguably the world's last viable gene pool of elephants carrying exceptionally large ivory. In full collaboration with the Kenya Wildlife Service and other conservation partners, Tsavo Trust has played a vital role in reducing elephant and bushmeat poaching by at least 70% in recent years. 9 years from 2013 to 2021, where joint Tsavo Trust Kenya Wildlife Service activities have resulted in 6,300 hours flown, covering 734,750 kilometers. They've made 860 arrests, recovered 5,880 snares, and that's probably just a small proportion of what's out there. 741 elephant tusks, located 663 elephant carcasses, fresh and recent, and recovered 4,600 kilograms of bush meat, just to mention a few notable statistics. So it seems like they're doing wonderful work, and in specifically protecting those big tusker elephants.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
I always find it interesting as well when watching elephants. Any time that they don't spend either drinking or feeding, um, is very valuable because they need to pretty much be feeding all the time. And if they're not feeding, then they're not gathering that energy that and the calories to do anything else. So that they've almost got to build up a bit of energy to be able to go and do pleasurable things, or things that don't sort of aid them in their survival. Now, doing things like spraying themselves with water and dust bathing, etc., that does help in thermoregulation, which would then um, probably help in energy efficiency as well, because they'd have to spend less energy keeping cool and wafting their ears, etc., and so that does help. So it's just interesting to watch the activities, especially of elephants, such an intelligent creature that needs to think about what it's going to be doing next in terms of feeding and drinking, and the investment of time, I think, is what I'm looking at in doing different activities. Obviously, the biggest investment needs to be with food and water, and then all the others. So, it sort of obviously needs to be planned, as we were speaking of earlier, and at least the elephant having some idea of what it's going to be doing next. And so that it can also continue in the vein of survival, that we've been chatting about as well. Oh, there's one of our crocodiles hiding just next to that bush, that acacia thicket. Looks like it's probably a sweet thorn, this bush with all the thorns. He's lying up under that or next to it. Lots and lots of signs of elephants, all elephant dung balls there. But you must imagine, you see, it's a lovely open patch. It's seemingly devoid of plant life. But if the elephants keep on bringing this organic material here, it does assist in obviously bringing good nutrition to the soil. And organic material is obviously very important. So if it does rain, you very often have the plants growing directly out of those elephant dung balls, and they're in the perfect site. So it's actually very good that the elephants do drop these deposits all over the place, and it does assist in the regrowth of plant life when the conditions are right. The only thing is, here next to the waterhole, as soon as there's any new growth, it gets eaten very quickly because there's a big concentration of animals next to this point. So it's a bit of a two-way street, that you don't really see plants establishing themselves well in areas around waterholes because they just don't have the time to grow before they get eaten. Yeah, there's that crocodile I was talking about. I don't know if we're going to see much movement from that one. Unless it could be to do with nesting. As I said, I don't know where the crocodile nested or where it laid its eggs, but I do know that one of these crocs has nested overnight. It was during the night that they got the screenshots. I'm not quite sure. Maybe this one's just getting a bit of shade under this bush. So Asbo, I think that's probably the name. Yeah, I do know of Asbos in the UK, but we haven't seen any wild dogs here at Tau. We might well do. Because it's one of the best places to, in fact, for me, the best game reserve in South Africa to see wild dogs. But we have seen them a couple of times at Jamala, so a little bit further to the south. But I think the longer we watch and the longer we are at this particular location, the better chance we've got of seeing them. For now, it does seem like maybe they prefer the area more to the south. Maybe there's more impala there. I'm not quite sure. We do know that, wild dogs can move of place as well a lot. So I think we will see them here as well. But the other day we had a lovely sighting of, it seemed like 4 young breakaway males. They were playing in the water. They had a bit of a soak there. They were rolling around in the sand and then just relaxing in the shade. And then they got chased off by a breeding herd of elephants. And I thought that was that. But they seem to be brave boys. They obviously just jogged off in front of the elephants. And then when the elephants left them, well, they returned to the exact same spot. And they were there for most of the show. So it was an actually wonderful sighting of wild dogs, and when we do get to see them and they hang around like that, I think we'll probably hang with them too, because we don't get to see them every day. And with a special sighting like that, if we get that again, well, you shouldn't miss it. So we were just watching this crocodile for a little bit of time, just to see in case it was nesting or doing anything like that. But I honestly don't think so, unless it's already done it or is still planning to do it. I'm not quite sure. I think it's just got its head in the shade there. Okay, so nice stop here at Africam Tower, but time to change of place and let's head back just outside of Kimberley and Kamfersdam. Where we've got a sea of pink. Quite a decent group here, but I know that this can be probably 10 times as many, if not more, at this time of the year. So some of them will probably be out feeding, and maybe not all in this exact spot, but there are a lot of flamingos that nest here. So I just want to chat a little bit more on flamingos, seeing as we are watching them. And I found some lovely information on bio-expedition. And speaking of these sociable birds, I mean, you see how social they are. Research into flamingo behavior is limited due to the species' secluded and fluctuate lifestyles all around the globe. Although I think we're going to have a very wonderful opportunity to research them ourselves, because just watching them is part of research, and then we just note our observations, which would be fantastic. So this is great that Africam has this camera here at Kamfersdam, allowing us to do exactly that. Most of the research into flamingos' behavior has occurred in captivity. There's behavioral characteristics that researchers have discovered apply to most flamingo species. Scientists are just now learning some of the background causes for flamingo behavior. For example, flamingos, as we're seeing a lot of them here, are known for their one-legged stance. This has been correlated to the flamingo saving heat energy and also allowing one of their legs to rest. This is a necessary characteristic, especially of flamingos that spend long hours in cold water and high altitude climates like the Andean flamingo. These birds generally spend their days feeding, sleeping, resting, bathing, swimming, or migrating. When flamingos sleep, their heads rest on their back, which they're doing now. This requires the bird to turn their neck all the way around. Preening, waterproofing their feathers with oil takes up to about 15 to 30% of their daily routine. We've also watched them doing that here. Flamingo who aren't breeding tend to follow a nocturnal feeding schedule. They feed at night, whereas breeding flamingos will eat at day or night or both. The non-breeding flamingos sleep mostly during the day or bathe. Flamingos also prefer to travel at night to avoid predators, which is wise. Flamingos are also vocal, as we will hear them, and we have. The variety of sounds that flamingos can produce varies from breed to breed. For example, the American flamingo grunts softly or produces deeper growling if alarmed or frightened. I liken flamingos, they're a little bit like herons in the sounds that they make. Obviously unique, but similar. Social behavior. Flamingos are sociable birds, as we're seeing here, meaning they stick together in colonies or flocks. The flock sizes range from a few birds to a few hundred to tens of thousands, as we're going to see soon. The average flock size is roughly about 100 birds. Small flocks are rare because flock size is a big advantage flamingos have over predators, and flamingos in small flocks have a high chance of being successfully eaten or attacked by predators. Because of varied diets among flamingo species, 2 or more species of flamingo can cohabitate the same area. And that's what we're seeing here. For instance, the lesser flamingo prefers a diet of shrimp and algae, and the greater flamingo pretty much only on the shrimp. When it's mating season, the flocks separate into smaller mating flocks. These flocks participate in mating rituals simultaneously. So we might be starting to see a bit of that now. They can include a mixture of head and wing movements, or a single act such as the head flagging, marching, the wing salute, which is what we've seen when they expose that pink under their wings, or the wing leg stretch. In the head flag movement, flamingos turn their head from one side to another. The marching ritual can be described as a group of flamingos walking in synchronized directions. Flamingos are monogamous with their mate, so they stay together while laying 1 egg per year. Males and females work together to search for the nesting ground, and they also help each other construct the nest and protect it from enemies or predators, and other flamingos that want that site. Flamingos are often unique as they feed their young crop milk. That's very interesting. I don't think that I knew that. Both males and females produce a secretion called milk, and flamingo young who grow up in the flock are provided with the safety of the flock. After they're 1 week old, they can leave the nesting site and venture about on their own. They practice flying and often achieve flight a couple of months after, they say birth, but after hatching. The chicks form their own groups called creches, and chicks who stay stray from the group are faced, obviously, with threats of being eaten. So nice little bit of information there. And we have seen them doing these kinds of displays, and we're starting to see them do it more and more. Especially, I like that wing salute.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
So, just watching these elephants, I was thinking about the desert elephants and their uncanny ability to be able to survive, for days on end, even past 10 days without water, as opposed to the likes of these elephants that naturally, because they have water availability, they drink every day, and they wouldn't be able to survive as long as those desert elephants. Now, we could look at humans where we would say the likes of the Khoisan people being able to survive out in the desert. There was, I don't know if it was factual, but there seemed to be also something around that the Khoisan people were able to gorge themselves, so they had expandable bellies, so that they could eat food when it was fresh, and especially if they killed any animals, they would literally eat as much as they could, which would be a lot more than we would be able to, and then survive for longer periods without. Then if you think of the likes of Eskimos that would, be able to also eat raw fish and survive on things that, the general public wouldn't be able to, and also in extreme conditions but opposed to the desert being very cold. So obviously they're all humans, exactly the same species, but they have adapted to survive in their environment. It doesn't mean that their body has any new parts or that they're different to any kind of human. They just adapted to be able to survive in different conditions. It's much like the Sherpas in the Himalayas that are able to go up to extreme altitudes, and I think they produce more white blood cells, so they're able to survive in less oxygen levels. So with the desert elephants, they're able to store water in a pharyngeal pouch. And then they can actually access that water when they, go for those extended periods, especially when they move between the different ephemeral rivers. Now, and then they can suck it out of there and actually spray it behind their ears to help them keep cool. So it's interesting. I wonder if all of the elephants have this pharyngeal pouch, but just aren't able to use it or don't know how to use it. And that the desert elephants have adapted that knowledge to be able to survive in those extreme conditions. Or is that pharyngeal pouch actually individual just to the desert elephants? I don't know, and I don't know if if there's an answer to it. But anyway, if any of you at any stage want to continue the conversation with me, please feel free. Just use the hashtag WildEarth on X, and I'd love to continue any of these kind of conversations that we do have while we're live on the show. If I pose any questions or anything, then you can get back to me if you find the answer. So in this instance, we're heading towards the end of the show. I'm going to leave you with the question: is the pharyngeal pouch unique to the desert elephants, or is it just that the other elephants don't know or haven't adapted themselves to use it? That is the question I'm posing to you today. As you always asking me questions, I'm returning the favor. So I'd like to know, but obviously I'm also going to try and find out myself. And that would be something very interesting to chat about as well. And so, as that has been said, we are heading towards the end of the show. Of course, later on this afternoon, there will be the sunset safari. In fact, in 30 seconds. Then tomorrow morning, the sunrise safari. And we'll be back here again tomorrow. So I hope you've all enjoyed it. Thanks to you, the viewers, and the wildlife, and the whole WildEarth team. It's been wonderful, but that's it for now. My name's Ralph Kirsten. See you tomorrow. Cheers.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.